Hello. Hello there, guys. We are doing some more VR setup because that's how I live on the edge. We got the Bobo VR head strap, the M3, not the S3, because the S3 is not delivered yet or out yet. But basically they're the same anyway, as far as I can gather, apart from the battery. So I thought I'd give this a blast with the link cable. We were fiddling with it yesterday. And yeah, nice to take it easy. Take it easy, get settings, dial things in even more, lock the settings down, record a video about the settings. You know, the usual. The usual. Hello VR drifters. I burnt my finger on my air fryer. How do you even do that? Hello guys. So, first things first. Back into AC with we'll get the AC settings locked down. I think we pretty much got there, to be honest. What we needed was yeah, we pretty much got there with the other settings. The in-game settings were pretty good. Dangerous devices, yeah. Many a child has fallen into an air fryer. Death by air fryer. What a way to go. That's like that ball thing. Oh, hairdryer. I mean, you could use an air fryer as a hairdryer if you were really committed. That'd be impressive. So far, with this Bobo VR, so far what I found, should probably do this in a video rather than talking about it now. But what I found is the this head strap bit, the top bit, is too low. This should be higher. And this should be able to go lower, so this could rest higher on your head. I moved the foam higher to achieve that effect a bit, but design-wise, the back of it's alright. This is what they've changed in the new one, but I don't think it's really actually a problem, the back of it. I think the issue is these top bits. So, this head strap, the, what's it called? The Desk Tech has this top bit, right? That pushes down on the top of your head, right? That's what this bit that's what this bit on the Bobo VR should do. This bit here should be like the Desk Tech one, and then it'd be the perfect head strap. I don't know why they've not done that, and it's quite expensive. It's £50. I guess you're paying for the battery as much as you are the strap, but that would have been a lot better. Right, let's plug this in. Use the optimizer. No, I do it myself. Karma tax collector. Karma tax collector. I am the man that comes up with the guides. Do you know how we do that? We fiddle with every single setting. That's how you know. That's how you become knowledgeable. Yes, you can just copy a guide, but it's someone that's spent less time than me normally that's written it. Someone that's normally what I've learnt in life is most people have more of a life than I do. It's a lesson I'm slowly beginning to come to terms with, and as a result, when it comes to like fiddling around with pointless stuff, I normally end up doing pretty good. Because I waste more time fiddling. You know what I'm like? Menu muscle. Right. Let's turn this on. That's what she said. I also noticed the facial interface takes off quite a lot of load off the top of your head. So if you want to use this without the facial interface, which is really cool, it's not as balanced in load, unfortunately. What's my pointer not working? It's drunk. There you go. No. I don't. It doesn't like you using the hand controls when you're sat down. You can. I can read insults, yeah. I don't think it's connected to the PC. That's weird. Why is it not connecting? What's this about? Tom. What is going on here? It's like spamming the headset's going mental. Oh no, is the socket dodgy? managed to break the socket already. USB-C to the rescue. Mine yesterday. I'm not I know, because my headphones are in the distance. Woo. Hello. Right, that's connected now. That was weird. Yeah, I wanted to test AC. Look at these settings. I shaved my head. Shaved my head yesterday. More bold. Have you somehow? We've gone bold 10. I did a full head shower. I was like, oh, I might as well just shave my old head. Why not? Bit grazer. Then you don't have to wait. Yeah. Then I don't have to shave it for like another week or two. Why does it suck, Josh? There's a lot of people just saying stuff without them actually having tried things. I don't doubt that it has issues, but because wires, yeah. But I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean it sucks, does it? I mean, it might do. It might be a pain. It might always have issues connecting, or it might not. It might just be a one-off thing. This is why you have to do stuff. Yeah, we'll try everything with the link cable, and then I'll try stuff with the virtual desktop. This is why. It seems to be a struggle for people. This is what you call reviewing. Right. This is right. This is why I get annoyed with comments about force feedback or sim equipment that I get in live streams, because the people that comment, or even like physics with driving games, the people that comment don't know that I spend 20-30 hours going back to back every single setting. I don't know anyone else that does that. It's like, I've obviously got a mental condition. It's not healthy, but like that's how you know, right? That's why I'll be like confident about certain things that I'm confident about, because I've tried it. Like, I know. Whereas if I don't know about something at all, or I've not tried it, I don't have an opinion or review because I don't know. I'll just be like, oh, well, that person says that. Could be right. I don't know. You're saying you have to reset every. You have to reset every time. What do you mean by reset every time? I mean, we'll see. It depends what you mean by that, though. Like, do you mean to turn the headset off?
What is the motive behind this demand?
No!
Necessity. Necessity for money. I'm not supplying money for necessities.
Stephen Williamson's joined the Cult of Muscle on our Patreon. Really appreciate that. We get pretty much all that every month. Thank you. Mr. Williams. I am not. Stephen. Did I spell that right? I probably didn't. Wilhamson. Not Wilham. Wilhamson. Something like that. Sorry, that's the best I can do. I'm too dyslexic to write your name properly. God. Well, so my headset. Oh shit! Look what you made us do. My headset is a Sennheiser. I really recommend these. Sennheiser 595. These are 599s, I think. No, yeah, these are 599s, which are better. Well worth getting the 599s. Well worth getting the 599s versus the 595s. The 599s definitely sound better, but they're both equally as comfortable. Microphone is the Mod Mic 5, which I don't think you can buy anymore, but if you get any mic that you attach to your headset and you plug it into an amp, it'll probably sound quite good. The thing with microphones, pretty much always, it's all about amplifying and EQ and amplifying. Close to your mouth is the most important thing of any microphone, and then it's amplify and EQ. Those are like the three things for what gets a mic sounding good. Yeah, mic equals annoying, but microphone close to mouth. Right, bit of a non-VR tangent here. The most important part of a microphone is how close it is to the sound source. As long as the microphone physically isn't being blown out by the sound source, it's just physics, isn't it? Like it's inverse square. The further away you are from a energy source, that the way it radiates outwards means that for each distance, it's lost. So like 1 centimeter away from the energy source here is going to lose. Well, like one, it'll have lost four times the energy. If you go 2, it's lost 8 times the energy. If you go 3, it's lost 16 times it. I'm pretty sure. I think that's how it is. Was that right, guys? All you need to know is
I don't
the
like
better it
ACC,
is.
but I do like the normalist.
And
But
that
is
really
amazing.
applies to
I think
microphones.
it's probably one of the
One of the best.
one of the or not the best simulation to
The
practice even F1 or
oh,
GT
Matt, he
mods.
keeps calling me and
It's
saying
really
this.
good.
The other thing with microphones is obviously the further away you have it from a sound source, the more it's picking up ambient sound, echoes, and everything else. So this is what blows my mind, is why so many streamers use condenser microphones. First of all, they're moving. Why would you use a condenser microphone if you're doing an activity that you move? Like if you look at stage performances, you'll notice they all have mics that are on the face, right? Because they're moving. Even presenters, they're moving. If you're moving a little bit, you would have a head mic, right? Right? You wouldn't. The only reason you use condenser mics in recording studios is because you can get higher quality. You can adjust a condenser microphone, but it's quality levels that the average person would never notice. And also the person using the microphone is totally still, and they can position themselves in certain positions to get a totally specific desired result. That's why you use condenser microphones largely.
Mind the gap.
So, is it not? Well, well, I don't know. Maybe it's not linear then. It's exponential.
3, 2,
Paradise Decay,
1.
thank you.
Go.
Have you tried UEVR with any racing games in VR?
I haven't, no. But to be honest, unless the game is programmed for VR, it's normally a little bit problematic. But I mean, the only game I would probably want to do that with is WRC, the new one. But that game runs like crap, so I probably wouldn't want to do that. You've got a Quest 3. I've got a 3080. Let's see how this goes. I'm just going to load a game in. We'll load a multiplayer server. Assume it's all about eating biscuits. It's all about eating lots of biscuits, and I'm actually sporty in my mind, so the reality doesn't matter. I've psyched out reality. Oh, this will be good. Let's join. You guys can't see anything, but. Let's see how well this works. So we've just plugged the headset in. Someone pointed out, so with the link cable, you have to unplug it. That's a link cable issue, though. That's not an issue with. That's not an issue with the Quest 3, is it? That's an issue. Well, I mean, it would become an issue with the Quest 3. But that's more a problem with the link cable.
I'm hot, and you're not.
I'm not using the Quest microphone. What? Hang on. Oh, okay, so if you also, one thing I've noticed, if the headset goes off, I cover up the eye sensor. But if the headset goes off, it then loses the hand tracking when you first turn it back on. If you've got accounts, if you have multiple accounts, which I do. Yeah, there's a lot of weird quirks with VR headsets. Right, let's try this so you guys can see it. Like the Oculus Mirror doesn't auto when you. The shortcut to load settings on the Oculus Mirror keyboard shortcut doesn't always automatically work as well, which is weird. There's so many like weird quirks to VR. I'll probably set it up, Marco, at some point. Yeah, there is a bug with the Quest 3 mic that they're aware of. What's it, McMahon? I didn't pin it, did I? Oh, so the thing with this is the Bobo VR headset, right? Well, let's just do a lap first. The Bobo VR strap, I should say. The main thing with this head strap is what I wanted to do was use it without the facial interface. But I was fiddling around with it a lot, and I don't think the design of it is really totally optimal. Not having the facial interface and being able to see around you though is really cool. It definitely adds a lot to immersion. So, right, what's this? Middle of a race. Oh, I can't go. 4 minutes. Oh, well that didn't work. Let's try another server. Out of the game we go. Controlled by AC. I am a stormtrooper. There we go. F2004 car server. It's stable with the facial interchange on it. But when you take it off, it's a little bit wobbly. Because the facial interchange is what sort of holds it to your face. I think the other headset, the Desktech headset, if you're going to use the head strap with facial interchange, the Desktech head strap is more comfortable. I mean, the Bobo VR headset does have the battery on it, so if that's a concern for you. Because you really don't want the facial interchange. You want to be able to see the room as well, for like when you're using your PC stuff. Yeah, a Frankenquest setup. It is weird, isn't it, though, that the Quest 3 is the third Oculus headset. Why do they not have like a Valve Index type head strap as an option for, like, even if it was £150? There's a lot of enthusiasts. Even if they had a 70% profit margin on it, even if it was like £200, a lot of people would buy it, because if you're doing high-end VR, you wouldn't really care. You know, you'd be like, oh, okay. Oh, this is basically work straight away. I mean, we've had to plug the cable in twice. We've had to unplug and replug it in, but this is working pretty good. Remember the other settings? Yeah, well, you could attach headphones to it. You could just use the Oculus Quest 3 inbuilt speakers aren't the worst, but they're not very good if you're live streaming. Yeah, well, the link cable I'm using has extra power. The new Bobo S3 has more powerful batteries in it that should allow you to keep it charged wirelessly. So maybe that's the maybe virtual desktop with the Bobo S3 Pro. And then I think you can buy separate batteries. You can swap the batteries over whilst you're using it. So then you basically have a completely wireless solution for like 3 or 4 hours, or if you've got enough batteries, you just keep swapping them. Yeah, the Oculus inbuilt speakers are still exposed. Yeah, I don't know where a lot of people are going, oh, virtual desktop. looks amazing, and it's like, well, yeah, it probably does, but like, how is it going to be? So, Wi-Fi 6 can technically do up to 9,000 megabytes a second, technically. Any of the routers on the market at the moment go up to the same, basically the same max speed as USB 3.0, which I think is 6 gigabits or something, I don't know. But technically, that's anything that's currently on the market. Then you have the receiver, the Wi-Fi receiver on the device you're using, which does not go up to that spec. Then you have the distance from the router. So ultimately, USB 3 can do 900 megabytes a second. Realistically, a Wi-Fi 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi is realistically going to top out at about 600 megabytes, 500 to 600 megabytes. So you could argue with H.265 encoding, the quality will be fine anyway. So that's fine. But it's still the fact that if you plug the cable in, you're going to have less delay and 300-400 megabits with less encoding required, because you can use H.64, which encodes faster but is less efficient. So the fact is, a cable is I'm not saying both are probably totally fine, and also it depends what games you're playing as well. If you're playing racing sims, rally, then you need a lot more bitrate. If you're playing like room-based VR games, you can get away with a way lower bit rates because you're not moving the scene that much. Whereas a driving game is the worst for like noise. Yeah, the problem with the fibre optic link cable is it doesn't do charging at the same time. Yeah. You really notice trees. Trees and like the track texture. When your bit rate's lower, that's what causes issues. Thanks for subscribing. Ryan? I think a lot of people, when they use the link cable, they don't use the Oculus Link sharpening. So they see what it looks like with the default debug settings, which is really blurry. And then they use Virtual Desktop, which I think applies sharpening by default. Oh, of course he would just, I mean, I could have moved more to the right, but of course he would just turn right without looking. Why would Virtual Desktop have less latency over Wi-Fi than a cable just going just through USB? It might do, but then Oculus would have actually really messed up the USB link stuff. You say better compression codec. It uses H.625. Which has more latency than H.624. It's high quality, but it takes more to encode. Yeah, you don't. No, you don't. You don't need. Oh, fucking hell, guys! Right. You don't need the bitrate at 960. I honestly, with technical stuff, people honestly just regurgitate stuff without actually trying it. You can set it to 960. It doesn't necessarily have a problem setting it to 960, but if you side by side test between 600 and 900, or even 500 and 900, you probably won't notice any difference, because H.264, once you pass like 300-400 megabits, the difference in encoding are so negligible, because that's how like compression works. Like you know, like a JPEG, you could have a JPEG that's like 1 megabyte. Let's say you've got a 1080p JPEG and you save that as a 1 megabyte file. Well, a 50 megabyte JPEG that's a 1080p image is going to look basically exactly the same. Yes, H.264 is older, but H.264 encodes more quicker, but not as efficiently for bitrate. So if you're sending stuff over a cable, it doesn't really matter. As long as the bitrate's there, it doesn't really matter. H.265 gets better quality at lower bit rates. Honestly, though, the degree to which people just regurgitate stuff is insane. Just try what? We'll go through virtual desktop stuff. I'm not against these things. I'm just saying, like, it's really apparent when we've been doing these VR videos. Same with sim racing. The degree to which people just regurgitate some rando YouTuber's comments. They're not regurgitating technical documentation. Some rando YouTuber has whacked numbers up and not done things side by side, or doesn't actually understand the actual nature of compression and all these things, and then people just repeat what that YouTuber said, and it's like, it's worked alright, so they've gone, oh, that's the setting. It's insane. No, you can use AV1 on a 3080. 30 series cards do support AV1. Twitch doesn't support AV1. YouTube does. That's a separate thing. Also, it doesn't matter for a cable. Yeah, I don't know what you're saying. Return of the Nothing. I don't know what you're saying. Okay, well that's fine. Yeah, I'm not disputing that virtual desktop might work really well. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking. There's a separate conversation. Currently we're setting up stuff with the link, with an Oculus Link cable, using Oculus Link. Why? Because it's the basic, it's the default, so it's the most likely thing to be supported into the future by Oculus, and it's also the most standard base way of doing stuff. So getting things working with that and seeing what the settings are with that makes sense, because that's the base, that's the start point, right? I will try virtual desktop with wireless and stuff. I mean, I've already tried Steam Link and stuff with wireless, and it's great. But the other thing with the link cable, you can use virtual desktop with a link cable as well. The other thing with the link cable is it can also charge the headset, so you don't necessarily need to then get a head strap with a battery pack, or, you know. So it's potentially, the link cable is potentially the cheapest way. You also don't need a new router or a good router, or to have the router in the same room. Yeah, I'm using a streaming PC to capture the view, because you will find if you stream whilst doing link cable VR, you probably have some performance issues. Why? Yeah. Okay. Why does it take you half an hour of faffing to get it to work? I'm not missing any frames, I don't think. AC seems pretty smooth to me. You say the Oculus app is crap. What do you mean by that? Like, what, guys? You're not communicating anything when you say stuff like that. If you say X is crap, it doesn't communicate anything of value to anyone. It's just you going, "Oh, I don't like it," which you might be right. This is right. This is what it's exactly the same as when you have real race drivers go, yeah, iRacing is really realistic. It's like, well, what do you actually mean? What do you mean? You've not said anything. Realistic compared to what? Like, yeah, it's realistic compared to, like, I don't know, like a bunch of other games or a bunch of other things. Or it's a totally great training tool, but it doesn't. That person's not said anything, and the capacity for people.
I don't like ACC.
Oh,
but
thanks,
I do
Max.
like the normal.
The capacity for
That's
people to be
amazing.
satisfied with
It's
people
probably one of
talking
the-
like that is
probably one of
bonkers.
the- well, one of the or not
Well,
the best
I'm not getting
simulation to
random
practice,
3
like,
FPS dips every few seconds.
Even
so.
F1 or GT mods, it's really good.
Yeah, we did have that on. We can pop that on again, actually.
I am the champion of the
thank you.
ninjas.
Thanks, Gregor. What you'll notice, actually, for testing bit rates, Formula Car's quite good. When you're in a cockpit, Marco, which link cable are you using? What you need to do, so the link cable I'm using, you need to plug in the power cable to the link cable first, and then plug the link cable into your PC, and then plug it into your headset. Because I think the chip in the link cable needs to be powered but from a power source for it to then realise what to send. Right, let's see if we've got any. This is weird. With the debug tool, it forgets your settings. Some settings, not all settings. There you go. Right, we're running 700 bit rate. We could try putting this on 900. This is so dumb. The fact that you have to. Yeah, well, that is. Yeah, it's a pretty common term for VR. Because what they'd have is when they're measuring back in the day when they were first measuring latency on VR headsets, you'd have a light sensor in front of the lens, and then you would send the signal, and then the sensor measures the light change. So that's why it's called motion to photon. I mean, obviously it's probably a technical term as well, but that's where I started it first. Started noticing it being first used in VR. Does it add more latency when increasing the bit rate? Technically, possibly. Yeah, it could do, yeah, but probably not. So the thing is, the encoding is done on a chip on the graphics card, and if you're within the range of what that chip can do, it's going to be probably negligible until you pass a certain range. So it's like if you're doing OBS recording, for example, in 2D, the higher bit rate, the more basically like the more memory bandwidth and all this other stuff needs to be used. So it does get to a point, but yeah, as long as it's well within the design spec of the chip that's doing the encoding or the system, the general system, until you go outside of that design spec, the amount of latency change is going to be utterly negligible. No, it is Chrissy. So I'm using right, the amount of false information in VR, this is like worse than sim racing. This is worse than sim racing. Right. So the cable I'm using is on the last video we did on the channel. It's the Inu link cable. You have to plug the power supply into the cable first, and then plug it into your PC, and then it delivers enough power to charge the headset as well as when you're using it. And we tested this. The headset was on 20%, or actually 13%, and we were playing driving sims, and it charged it up to 100%, and then stayed at 100. So if you don't plug the cable in first to the wall, and let's say 18 watt power supply at least, then it won't give it the full beans. It will still keep the charge up, but this is what I think people are experiencing. Right, let's take the facial interface off as well. So much better. Okay, it's not, in a sense, it's not as immersive. Then you can see your hands more, you can see your equipment. It's more like you're wearing glasses. Boots. Someone needs to make a facial interchange for the Quest 3. That's just like really light. I think there's one that's got like a silky type thing on it. I can't remember what it's called. You can hear me now. Yeah, well, this is a weird feeling, being in a Formula car, but your room's still. This is confusing my brain. You do lose immersion being able to see out the sides unless you're playing like a room scale game. Okay, so we're not getting any frame drops. I think you guys can see hitting 90. No, I'm just going through some other testing. The thing is, not having the facial interchange visor on is nice and cool on your face. It's weird though, it's like I'm wearing glasses but not. Do I feel like yeah, I've got so much money. And I have so many women throwing themselves at me. Yeah, we're not getting any frame drops, look, you can see. Right, okay, there was a 1 frame drop there. Oh, you dickhead. What, right? What is wrong with people? Just, what is wrong with people in Sims? How is that fun for anybody to just drive into it? I guess it is fun. I got a reaction from me. Fair play to him. Majority of people. I don't think it's a majority. No, it isn't a majority of people, is it? It's like a small minority of people. So I would say, like, this Bobo VR headset, it needs a head strap thing that's on the top. Well, these need to be further back. Like, I don't know why. This is another example of YouTubers. They're just full of shit. They're so full of shit. I don't know if it's like the VR space. It's a lot less worse in sim racing, but there are so many YouTubers now that I guess they're so desperate to pump through equipment, pump through reviews, get people to use their links, that they don't actually try stuff. But the worst part is people regurgitate what they say. And then people buy like the thing and I say it's okay, something's okay. So they then go, oh yeah, well everything the YouTuber said was right because well it was okay. But it's like, yeah, but you could. Do you know what I mean? Not that this is terrible, but there's some aspects of this this headset could be a lot. The Bobo VR headset could have some little design tweaks. Yeah, just regurgitate everything I say. That's the solution. Yeah, trust me, bro. Yeah, what you really want is a facial interchange. Let's take some. A facial interchange that's lighter, because if you don't use it without the interchange, the interchange basically allows for the headset to rest, like push on your face, which alleviates weight from the top of your head. Also holds the headset in place. Chris C, well, what USB cable were you using? I know the mic's on the floor. If I have my wireless mic plugged in, but there's no way for me to plug it in so it's always on me. No, I am aware, but I just assume you guys got ears and you could hear. Yeah, well, for the price, so this is the desk tech headset, right? And this, so the Bobo VR needs this thing on top, which allows you to, so the headset would be here. You can control the back, and then this lifts it off the weight off your front of your head. So the desk tech is actually more comfortable than the Bobo VR, assuming you're using a facial interchange. I don't think the Bobo headset's bad. Like, the straps are terrible. Don't get me wrong, but it's because it doesn't have any pressure alleviation on top. Like, these aren't even doing anything. So maybe I could extend these out a bit. There's these little things. But because it doesn't have any pressure alleviation on top, your forehead is taking all the pressure, which is then a bit like a tension headache. So, yeah, it's an interchange. Performance of the game seems to be alright, though. We've got all these settings right. I mean, this is great. Like, I think we could probably up settings a bit more. There's a bit of aliasing. Could be sharper. It looks awesome. Oh, can they? Okay. Well, maybe Bobo VR could send me one. But I don't know what's going on with VR, because, you know, like, the more I think about the Apple headset, the more ridiculous it is. Like, you know, that headset's heavier than the Quest 3. They built the front of the Apple headset out of glass. Like, what are they on? Are they actually stupid? Like, the most important part of a VR headset is weight. That is a single... Right, okay, head tracking and latency, which has been solved since the DK2. And then I'd say it's weight. I'd say weight becomes over... Like, comfort of the headset is pretty much more important than field of view and actual image quality. So, yeah, it's like Apple completely not thought about it which is ironic, because Apple, that was normally their thing. So Big Screen Beyond is closer to an Apple... Like, right, imagine if Apple had done a Big Screen Beyond headset. That was the first Apple VR headset, was Big Screen Beyond, but with inside-out tracking and, you know... That would make sense. That would actually make sense. Yeah, it's so stupid. This is the thing that I really don't like about VR is, and everyone that I've ever talked to, even VR fans, is having something on your face. Well, I think the Magic Mouse charging port thing, I can't remember what the actual reason behind that was. I think the idea was that it always stays charged, maybe. Don't know. Right, let's do this. He missed a start. I just got it in there. This ain't gonna work, is it? Ah, there it is. As is tradition. Well, we did get some frame drop there. I saw that coming a million miles away. Oh dear. Oh no. There it is. I knew it. I couldn't. Nothing I could do, really. God damn, people are so stupid. I knew he was going to do that. I should have just gone to right off the track. Oh well, damage is off, so okay. I thought it might, like, not knock us. I thought we might get away with it. know, VR can be practical. I've done like 6-hour live streams in VR. It's having putting something on your head is just a bit annoying. What? So this is using pure. It's just default. Basically default pure settings. No, I don't own a G2 myself. Oh, of course. Do people not realise that it ruins their own... like, if you... if you just drive into someone, where's the challenge and fun in that? It's one of the problems with sim racing, isn't it? You're dependent on people knowing what they can and can't do. Oh, of course. I will just take evasive action. Yeah, no, I agree. It's. Oh, of course you will. Of course he will. Stick the nose in. Christ, people should be castrated for doing anything stupid. I can even see him in my mirror thanks to the amazing land of VR. I think I'm not expecting people to be good because it's fun, you know. A lot of people are new to sim racing, but I don't know. I guess it's Formula Cars, isn't it? It's not easy. People do it in iRacing as well after they paid a fortune. People in the top split in iRacing do this, so I mean you can't expect much from a public server. This seems to be working great though. No frame drops. Oh, talking about noobs, I'm running qualifying setup. Well, there you go. See, it's these people that join servers that don't know what they're doing. Well, it works. That was the main test. Genius. That's why I had to get ahead so soon. Maybe we got a hole in the fuel tank. I know, I'm such a hot lapper. can't get away from it. We only have 3 laps of fuel. Right. Well, that worked. That's smooth. So that's the AC. I wouldn't say these are the best settings, but we could, you know, they're not bad settings. Should we go through the settings with people? I feel like we could probably up the resolution a bit, but then again, you want a little bit of overhead. F2004 is probably not the best test for performance. Let's. Maybe like a cruise server might be a good. One of those Toge servers are pretty demanding. About this. See if this works. Yeah, if a Sudoku server works, then anything will work. Yeah, it's pretty sunny in near London as well. Cheers, everyone. Right, so we got... I think AC's working pretty decent, it would seem. The link cable settings. The biggest thing is turning off the bit rate, dynamic bit rate, forcing H.264. Yeah, I've got it on. I'm not using it. Thanks for subscribing. Welcome. Right, here we go. Oh no. This has dropped to 42. This is dropped to 45. It does not like the this is probably an AC setting, to be honest. Better minus 50. Yeah. Computer says no. Let's go on track. I mean, this is probably the most demanding thing you can have. Let's have a look before. Ow, Christ almighty. Yeah. You really don't want to be playing at 45 FPS on the headset. Let's try turning down some AC settings for this and have a look. So normal race. The thing is, the Toge stuff is way more demanding graphically in AC. You like the look of VR streaming? If I made it look like you were sitting too high, yeah, no, I was. Yeah, no, I was sat like on a booster seat. Right. I mean, this is with world details on high, so I wonder if just doing that with the world details on low, or maybe let's put the AA on 4, because that anti-aliasing seems to be the biggest thing in AC. World details in AA. Let's try that. Let's just try putting AA on 4 and see what performance we get. Oh no, my car's been stolen. What? Wait. There we go. Yeah, you get a few days of warm weather in the UK, and then you're good. Yeah, and then you complain that it's too warm. Yeah. Well, no, because the Gulf Stream will move, won't it? And we'll be like an ice cap. It'll be terrible. We'll be underwater as well. London will be flooded. Oh, hang on a minute. Yeah, that'd be good. The dream. Venice, London, Venice. There'll just be the skyscrapers, and then. Oh, okay. What settings can you adjust in game? Is this through shader patch? Didn't know you could do that. Yeah. Oh, 45, 60. Oh. Oh, hang on. Hang on. The AA might have been enough. Oh, it's on the cusp. It's on the cusp. No, 45. Oh, look! 90. If I look at the ceiling, better FPS. It's on the cusp, though. That's just by turning the AA down to 4x. AA is really demanding in AC. Where's the settings in AC? In Content Manager. Thanks for subscribing. Why is this? Oh. How do you change graphics settings in game? Didn't know you could do that. Were you talking about Content Manager? Were you talking about something else? Yeah, where? So what's the icon look like? Oh, it's not alphabetic. It's not alphabetical. Where is it? Video. You said it's called video settings. Oh, view and video settings. There we go. Awesome. That's handy. Oh, I could have my arms. Oh, this is well good. You can do this on the fly. World detail. Here we go. Shadows. Oh, this is amazing. Didn't know you could do this. That's handy. Oh shit, how do you put this back to infinite? Oh well. Oh, that's well good that you can do this in real time. Shadows are off. Oh, it does really. You can really see the difference in the shadow quad. Oh, that's crazy because at 2048 you can see a lot more detail in the cockpit shadows. Yeah, it seems this is going up and down because of the reflections. Well, the reflections are on. No, so there's only one face per frame. They're already on low anyway. You can't change AA though. Outside the game, inside the game. Why does wheel detail seem to run better on a higher setting? I think this is some like weird server stuff, isn't it? Because now this is running at 90. Let's drive around. Oh my goodness, we do not need full strength force feedback. That's quite handy though, like, because world detail is often the thing when the conditions change that ends up being the problem. Well, that's not... the new wheel rims. So it's probably the AI spawning in and stuff that's... Oh, where's the exit to this? Oh, it's a traffic jam. Yeah, no, but why would I do it in single player when I'm testing real performance? Yeah, the thing is, you definitely notice AA on 4 instead of 8 is quite a lot worse. Good driving, guys. Good driving. Oh, what are you doing? Oh, fuck. I honestly, I think we should just execute people that play driving sims. Why are we mounting the wall? Oh, this sky looks amazing. Right. What are you doing? Ah! God damn it, that's not comfortable in VR. That is not fun. That's painful. Bloody hell. That is not a nice experience. Oh, I was stuck in a car park. What are you doing? You can't, can't even drive out of the... What are you doing? Typical Pagini driver. Ah. Right, let's see if wheel detail. So when we're just driving, I think that car park is problematic because there's just too many cars and people spawning in, which I think is causing issues. I know we just dropped. Or maybe, I don't know. Maybe you need a 4090 to do this. This has probably got to be the worst thing in AC for performance. Oh, why is he stopping? Oh no! It's alright, car's fine. Built like a tank. You got a 40, you went for a 4090. I mean, this is pretty awesome as a thing to do. Imagine if this was in the arcade in the 90s. Being able to drive around Japan in full VR. I mean, we've got it now. I just, like... I was... oh my god! Thank you! I feel like I was born too early and too late at the same time. Do you know what I mean? I should have either been born really early and then... You know... Or we wouldn't have World War III happening. Ah! What is it? Wow, we can fit through that. I don't know. Oh my good. Oh good God. Get midnight. This is forget Midnight Club. This is daytime crash. Oh, so you need a 4090 for this, do you reckon? Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily graphics settings. I think it's largely. Well, I mean. I don't know what you'd need to do to maintain. I guess you could run the headset at a lower resolution. I don't really want to do that. I think that's the thing, isn't it? If you did just this on a 40, you'd need different settings for this mode. Because basically, I would say you really want 8x AA. Oh, how? Oh my God! Oh, nice barrel roll. Princess Diana simulator here, guys. What the Christ was that? Oh, it's fine. Don't worry, guys. Pretty normal to do a barrel roll. That's how we drive in Japan. Oh, what's he doing? This is so bizarre, yeah. Best thing about being old? Well, is that the best thing? That's not really that good, is it? Doesn't offset being old, does it? The best thing about being old is appreciating the journey. The worst thing, you're gonna die soon. The worst thing is your bones ache. Where are you going? How do you plan? How do you even think to fit through there? Actually, it worked for him. I take it back. These people probably drive real cars. Hey, I did a barrel roll coming through. He's upside down. Whoa! Oh no! Don't turn into me! Oh, you cock! Oh shit! Out my wheel! Don't touch my wheel. I would like wrists for the rest of today. Don't be pessimistic. Oh, now it's raining. Okay, now we're definitely getting 45. Now we're definitely getting. Okay, my car's broken. Just a little bit. Steering doesn't seem to work. Oh my goodness. Right, okay, forget that. Formula in with this. Okay, so in order to get that to run at 90, I think we'd have to. It's a shame you can't. So with the Quest software, the Quest Link software, you can't turn the render resolution down dynamically, whereas you can with Steam. Maybe it's better to use Steam VR, so when the games run bad, you can just turn the graphics down, the render resolution. But I don't know if render resolution is what's holding it back, actually. Red Eye, what's his server called? Red Eye Warrior's a sexy ledge. Yeah, let's go on his server. What's it? Merged with a minion. Red's late night. I'd like to have dinner with Red Eye Warrior because I think he seems mental to me. Red. I wonder if he would. I don't even know where he is. I think he's proper north, isn't he? It'd be cool to meet up with him. I don't know if I can convince him. Give me a link because I can't get it to work. Get a train. Game of Muscle Red Eye Warrior special. He is a legend. Most people don't know about him. He's pretty small on the street. Like, it's weird to me. Oh shit! Hang on. It's weird to me because he's good. I need to mod you. No. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's a good streamer, and he does fun stuff, and he's chill. and he's playing good Sims, but it's just because, and he's mental, but it's just because he's not doing something popular. It's so stupid how reality works. Right, I've modded you. Can you paste the link again? Let's have a battery level check here. Oh, I don't. Does it tell me on there? I know it's not charging again now. It's gone down to 54. Even though we plugged the link cable in, even though it was charging before, now it's not charging. Yeah, it seems like the cable's a bit finicky. Why would it charge one time but not the next time? But it'll be interesting to do this, and then problem is I don't have a router down here, so the wireless thing's not ideal. Hello, random call sign. Can you paste the link again, Unlucky Vader? No, Beatster. We've already gone through this. The cable I've got does charge it from nothing when it's working properly. It's a different cable. We're not using the USB port. Unlucky Vader's forgotten how to type. The Pimax 5K is the one I've used. Well, you need to send me the link again, Unlucky Vader, in chat, because I made you a mod so you can send a link. Oh, I've got install missing content. It keeps adding stuff to his servers. Yeah, but then the 125 gigabyte version is, if you were going to use the headset as a standalone device, 125 is not enough. It's good. Yeah, it's not a bad product. It's just like so dumb how they distinguish the products using space, which is the cheapest thing, or not the cheapest thing, but you know what I mean. It's like Also, 128 is not enough. The base one should have been like, you know what's happened is the base one should have been 250 gig or something minimum, 256, right? And then the top one could have been like 512, but they'll have gone, we really don't want people buying the cheap one, but we want an option to get people into it that have got less money, because we know we'll make money out of them through the software. So they're like, if we make it 128 and a lot cheaper, but then it'll make the 512 version one seem better value, so then people will buy the more expensive one. It's all like stupid psychology. Yeah, because if you're using it for standalone, fine, but most people buying a Quest aren't using it for standalone, are they? And it's not designed as a standalone device, really. Yeah, I mean, I think the Quest 1, 2 and 3 are more just about building up a user base for VR and building the tech that's involved in VR. Like, the fact is, if you are the leader for a new computing platform, let's say augmented reality glasses, well, you're going to make back hundreds of billions easily. So that's what that's about. Yeah, they make money on software sales. Sales is where you make most money, but at the moment it's all about R&D for VR. Designed for Beat Saber. which is not a good designed music game. Beat Saber could be so much better. It just happened to be like the first DDR type game in VR, so everyone was like, "Oh, amazing." They don't anymore, BRT. They used to. I don't know. No, I don't think I have tried the Pimax Crystal. To be honest, my problem with Pimax stuff was the software rather than the headset, and you know, the size of it and the build quality. Basically, from my experience, I mean the HP Reverb works quite well, Vario Aero works quite well, but like from my experience, it's either been like Index or Quest, like Oculus or Steam, and then when you've got so basically, if you are using a headset that's made by the people that make the software for the VR interface, like Steam or with Oculus, you know they've built the software, so you get better results. It's the same with everything, games, consoles, whatever. It doesn't matter. Whoever's built the original software and the controller and the device for that software, it tends to work best because that's what it was designed with. It's like arcade machines. If you play an arcade game that was designed around like a 8-point or 4-point joystick, it makes more sense playing it with that than it does even playing it with arguably better equipment. We're installing missing content here, but I don't know what's going on. Oh, it's downloading. It's downloading. BTG pack. It's gonna take a few minutes. Crystal Maze in VR. Yeah, I'm surprised that there's not more Crystal Maze type games. I think there would be. You bought a Philips CD player because they invented CDs. Yeah, I mean, there probably are occasions where companies do mess up, but I mean, Sony mini disc was awesome. Philips had good. No, Philips licensed. Philips licensed their CD players. They were good Philips CD players. You just bought a crap one. Yeah, Sony mini disc. Sony Walkman with the radio built into the tape player, and the Sony mini disc. Mini discs is probably the nicest consumer electronic device ever made. Like the most satisfying, solid, retro future. Like a mini disc player looked like it was from a 1,000 years, or 200 years in the future. It felt and looked like a proper, solid, futuristic device. The good ones. Really satisfying. How many cars does Red have on this server I'm installing? You had to have a Sony Walkman with the yellow headphones. Orangey yellow headphones, that's where it was at. With the metal band. That would get caught in your hair. That's what you needed. Those were the days. The days of hair. Arak, thanks for subscribing. My sister won me a Sony Walkman. We cheated when I was like 11 or 12. We were on holiday in France, and they had like a competition for draw a picture of the campsite, and we would drive, like, some parents would just drive for like 7 hours to go to the south of France. And so my sister drew like a really good picture, and then she was like 2 years older than me, and I was shit at everything. But then so she drew it and then sent off for it as if I'd done it, and they were like, "Oh wow, this kid's done a good job. Have a Walkman." I was like, "Yeah, he cheated. I won something by cheating." Yeah, cheated from the age of 12. I was cheating. Some other child, some other like 11-year-old, 10-year-old boy was like, did a really good drawing, but it was worse than what my sister could do. So they lost out on a Walkman thanks to me cheating. I didn't cheat. My sister did it, so I'm innocent. I just got the device, and that's how I became a Tory. Right. I used it a lot though, so it was good. It got value out of it. I used to listen to like, was it Chris Tarrant was like on really late at night on the radio? I used to listen to like really weird radio stuff. You made a small child sad. I still make small children sad. They're called AMS2 fans. Every time they tune in, and iRacers. I've not changed. My whole life revolves around making children sad. Right. Let's see if this works now. I think we should be installed here. Ah yes, we are installed. I should probably I need to turn the graphics up. Go back again to 8x. Yeah, well, they are, to be honest, based off the comments I get from from certain groups of sim racers, I do wonder. There we go, Red Eye Warriors server. That's why it's hard. The lenses do need a bit of a wipe. Can it match native DisplayPort? Like functionally, well, it can't in terms of objective data rate, but in terms of quality, the issue is that your computer has to spend processing power encoding the video image. If it wasn't for that, like if it didn't require any graphics card power to send the video signal through USB, it would be fine. The problem is we have like what 40 years of we have 40 years of using a graphics card as a way to send a video signal through a cable, so not using that has obviously issues. Oh, here we go. Oh look, 90 F. Is this all because of Red Eye Warriors? An absolute legend. If I was gay, I'd marry him. Right, look at this, 90 straight away. So basically, it's because the server was set up. Terrible. Let's see. Oh, we are we're 8x AA. Okay, we are still dropping frame rate, but this is definitely working better than the other servers. Yeah, it's almost like I've got a lot going on, alright? I knew you were going to comment on that. I knew someone was going to go, you're on the wrong view. If you don't do it instantly, people have a mental breakdown. But to be honest, okay, it's dropping occasionally. Oh, he's put like Japanese buses on, that's cool. That's awesome. I wonder if it's worth... I wonder if it's worth running the headset at a lower frame rate, lower resolution. And then the game at a higher. This 3080 is like, with this Quest 3, it's sort of on the, you know what I mean? It's on that cusp of doing things perfectly. It's alright with races. Yeah, it's pretty clear. It's what you can see, basically. Yeah, it looks just pretty much the same to me as it does to you. Why is the mirror is stuttering though? Why is it stuttering? It's not stuttering for me in the headset. Does Oculus mirror? Why is that stuttering? Maybe it drops. Maybe it, Oculus mirror can only. Oh no, I've been kicked. Red eye. Blocking it. I'm not even on the road. God. Maybe. Yeah, maybe Oculus mirror only runs perfectly if you've got the overhead. No, why would I want to limit the frame rate to half? Because that'd be awful. Don't want to do that. That's a terrible idea. Right. Let's try. Yeah, the thing is, these settings are great in a normal race for AC. Let's restart. I've turned the resolution down. To be fair though, the Shituku server is probably the best way of testing performance. No, if you limit the frame rate to half hertz, you're just running a lower frame rate, so it'll be consistent, but it's terrible. Look, in Igloo, that's not true. Jesus Christ! Right, honestly, the regurgitation, what you've just typed, is not true. bet you haven't tried. I bet you haven't set up Oculus Link cable with different settings to know for sure. Also, I guarantee you've just set up virtual desktop or maybe you've used OpenXR and it works all right. But I guarantee you haven't spent as much time with the Oculus Link stuff. And I bet you watched YouTube videos with people going, "Oh, virtual desktop's the best. It's the best way to do it." And then that's what you've done. Like, I'm not saying virtual desktop doesn't work really well and might not be great all round, but the meme that around the link cable being terrible, where people just say, "Oh, you know, this is better," but they don't specify why. It's really weird. And I guarantee you they haven't tried. I guarantee they've not actually tried it properly, or like the default settings are crap on the link cable. But yeah. Hang on, it's much sharper. That's not true. Like, how can that physically be true? Right. How can a signal over Wi-Fi in it's impossible. The only thing would be is that maybe Oculus completely messed up the Oculus Link cable default, the settings, right? But it's pretty damn sharp. Like, what I've got set up here looks fine. So how can a cable that's plugged directly into the device that can do 1 gigabit? Yeah, but the codec virtual desktop will use H.265 at the bitrate at 1 gigabyte bitrate. The difference between H.264 and H.265 is irrelevant. So again, like the only thing I can come to, the only conclusion I can come to is that you've not actually tried comparable settings. Yeah, it doesn't matter though. It doesn't matter because the bit rates are so high for the resolution. It doesn't matter. Like, it's like me going PNG's better than JPEG. Okay, but if I had a 1080p image and one of the image and the image is a 1080p image and I'm saving it as a 50 megabyte JPEG file, it doesn't matter if I was using PNG, JPEG, or whatever. It doesn't matter that PNG's more efficient or TGA is a better format to save it in for space to quality. It's irrelevant because you've got 50 megabytes for a 1080p image. You've passed the threshold for where compression is relevant. So, like, people just say stuff without thinking. It's insane. It's constant, guys. Yeah. Also, what would you not want? Would you not want the device, the headset, to be charging whilst you're using it? Why is the cable so bad? Like, I get it for room scale stuff. To be honest, when I've done room scale things, just using Steam Link, which is objectively worse than the Link cable, and I'd probably say very likely to be a lot worse than virtual desktop. Steam Link works fine with a 5 GHz router. So for room scale VR. Yeah, I guarantee you, a cable's going to have less latency than even the best Wi-Fi. Unless someone programs a really optimized transport layer or something that allows the computer to send stuff through the network and then the network to a device, is some really clever thing. It's really unlikely that a wireless solution is going to have better latency than a cable. Even if the way the data sent to the cable is worse in some ways. Yeah, like unless someone's, the only argument you could have for the link cable being worse would be that Oculus have really messed something up, which is entirely possible. So again, I'm not saying that virtual desktop can't give totally fantastic results and be great, and I can totally see there can be issues with the link cable, with it not charging, with it not detecting, and so the user experience of virtual desktop, I could totally agree, could be better. That I'm not disagreeing with that, but there's this like meme that we've seen people come in chat repeatedly that go, virtual desktop was better than the link cable. What? But yeah, no, I would no, 100%. If you're playing room scale stuff, 100%. You'd really want wireless. Totally agree. Yeah, it's oh, this is running perfectly now. So with AC, yeah, you could just run the resolution of the headset at a lower resolution. You definitely lose quite a bit of clarity. Yeah. For room scale, like I hate cabled VR, but for sim racing, it's effectively irrelevant, I guess. I don't know. I guess I can totally appreciate if you get used to not having a cable at all. I can really appreciate that you're like, I don't. You don't ever want a cable. I get that. This is running at 1.0 res, like the actual. The native res of the headset, but you definitely get a lot better image with super sampling. Is the stream running smooth though? I don't know why now. The Oculus Mirror isn't. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know why Oculus Mirror is jerky with this scenario. Yeah, it's not dropping on the headset. It's the Oculus Mirror, which is very weird. No, I'm just using Oculus, the Oculus pinned window. That's another reason to use the Oculus View, is that you can then access all the stuff that's built into Oculus. It makes sense for the mirror to stutter. Make it full screen. Is that smooth? I can watch it myself. It's weird because the headset's smooth, but then I can see the stutter through the headset. I've got this window in here. my in-car screen. Yeah, why is that? It's not OBS because I'm not. It's on a separate PC. Yeah, that's how it is. Yeah, it's all about the adverts. Is that stuttering at all? It's stuttering. It looks like it's stuttering to me. Do you ever drive through a Japanese motorway looking at a monitor going, is it stuttering? Yeah, it's just the mirror. Oh, this headset shit. Trying to look at this. Yeah, it's weird because the game's running completely flawless. Why would Oculus Mirror? Why would Oculus Mirror stutter? Should be mirroring what the headset's seeing. Let's open another mirror. Let's see if that fixes it. Oh, the joy! It's never ending. Let's open up a new Oculus Mirror window. No, I'm not having issue. Christ almighty. It's the Oculus Mirror, not my game, not the game. I'm going to get a fish. I'm just going to slap people with the fish every time they say something that is like them saying something based off an assumption that's not relevant because they've just come to the stream, or they've not been paying attention to what we're testing, or they've just repeated. If another person comes in chat and says, "Ah, virtual desktop's better than the link cable," without any like yeah, well, if you've just come to a stream, then you don't know the context, do you? It wouldn't stutter with virtual desktop. You're right. I mean, for all I know, it could be that the window was like overlapping something, or maybe it's the filter. Maybe it's the stabilization. try this. Oh, I better get installed. No, I think that's still stuttering. No, guys, if any of you suggest something, please make damn sure that you know what you're talking about. Don't. They're not. Well, AC does have a. It does have a image stabilization thing built into AC, so you could use that instead of Oculus Mirror for recording. The nice thing of using Oculus Mirror is that once you set it up, it'll be the same thing for every single game. But yeah, so it turns out that I think, yeah, if you want it to run, for Oculus Mirror to run perfectly smooth, you need overhead, a lot more overhead than otherwise. Otherwise, you get this stutter. And obviously, this is occasionally dropping below 90 on this server. You can launch it through all of them. Does OpenXR, if we use OpenXR, will it still go through the Oculus link cable? How does OpenXR interact with Oculus software? It's still going to go through Oculus, isn't it? Or is it not? How does that work? Isn't that weird? Why would Oculus Mirror? Maybe it is the maybe it's to do with the image stabilization. The Oculus Mirror is still stuttering. Make it smaller. Whoa! Bloody hell. Oh, I did not mean to close that. Right. I'm not getting the AC's running totally smooth. I'm using a 3080.
The pace car is out of control.
Oh dear. Let's try tweaking the Assetto Corsa settings for try doing the smoothing via shader patch with Assetto Corsa. So in shader patch, there is this option: stabilization for VR mirroring. This should. Right, let's try this. Yeah, we try. Maybe we can try OpenXR with Oculus and see what performance we get from that. Yeah, the other nice thing of using Oculus Mirror is you can see the image quality of the headset. Generally, it lines up pretty close. Whew. I need to eat something. Is my headset actually charging as well? That's the other problem. Problem. Equipment after equipment issue. Oh, that works well. Oh, that looks well good. Yeah, it works perfect. I mean, it looks good for me. I'll start driving and see what this looks like. You ready? This works fine. No issue at all. Actually, it's just the edges that are messed up. It's actually smooth. Turn down the filtering amount. That's alright for you guys watching though, isn't it? I'm using the 3080. Oh, nailed it. Yeah, so for more, I don't know what the mathematical difference is between 90 Hz and 75 Hz in terms of processing demand. So how frame rate relates to resolution, you'd have to do it. It depends on the computer. just needs to be cropped in more. We can use less smoothing. This has lots of smoothing. This has all the smoothing. It's actually quite good though. Shader patch. How can you believe like shader patch has like crazy VR features built into it? It's mental. We've not tried 80. No, I just put it to 90. Sniper, but yeah, it was good fun. I would put these increased stabilization. That was too much. We can just leave it on like 50. It's fine. Okay, well that worked well. That worked better than Oculus Mirror in with more demanding stuff. So yeah, for AC, let's try putting the headset. This is going to reset the headset again, but let's try putting the headset on. Was it actually charging now? Is it? Remind me later, guys. The battery's at 60% now. If it's charging back up. God, technology. Right. So that was a native resolution though. Right, hang on, let's just right, so for AC on really demanding tracks with the like Red's Shatuku, which is quite an optimized Shatuku, with AC settings on with AC settings on here, 8xAA, which with this headset with AC, if you don't run 8xAA, it looks terrible. Like, you know, it's very shimmery. World detail weirdly doesn't seem to make that much difference. But for Shatuku with a 3080, basically you're going to need the rendering resolution at 1.0 and these settings to hit 90 Hz at all times. But I say you're losing significant clarity of the headset by not running it at least like 1.1. You really know, like at 480 by 2400, you really start noticing a lot more clarity and a lot less aliasing. But the resolution has quite a big impact on performance with Assetto Corsa. But it depends. If you're doing like normal racing, normal daytime racing in AC, with the 3080 and the what's the chip I've got? What's the Ryzen 7 whatever 3D? What chip have I got, guys? I can't remember. The one from like a few years ago. Or from last year. A year or two ago. 5800X3D, yeah. 3080, 5800X3D. Normal racing, you can whack this up more, but more demanding AC stuff, and if it's raining or, you know, you've got other things happening, then it seems like resolution has a big impact on it. AA and resolution are the two biggest impactors on performance. World detail, surprisingly, it does impact performance, but it's not as much as you'd think. Yeah. So I'm going to try, let's try 80, see how smooth that is, and then Hang on, why would 80? Why would 1.0 be different at 80? Does the Oculus headset have different resolution? Like, I mean, what's the panel resolution? Is this software's not messed up. Right. Quest 3 resolution 2064, so that's 4128. No, so that's under resolution. 4128 is the actual resolution of the panel. This is 1.0 is below the actual resolution of the headset. 4128 by 2208 is 1:1 resolution. So no wonder that looked quite a lot worse for aliasing. Thanks. I don't know why Oculus software is a bit weird like that. Now, if you put the slider all the way to the right, you're asking it to render a much higher resolution image. It will look nice. I have tried it. What do you mean? Like, what? The Burner King. Have you gone through every like? Fuck me. If another person comes in chat and suggests something when they've not tried it. Like, if you have tried it and you know for sure exactly what it does and you can specify exactly what it does, fantastic. If you are just regurgitating stuff you've seen in other YouTube videos, or you haven't actually, you don't know for sure the impact yourself. Ah, dear. So the Burner King, if you know exactly what you're saying and why and the reason, and you can explain why, fine. But don't, if people should not type anything on the internet unless they actually know what they're typing. That's true. We'll get square eyes. This is testing my patience, guys. Setup video, live streaming, doing setup, and trying things out. It'd be like I don't know. It's like banging yourself on the forehead with a brick. It's even worse. It's even worse than that. Yeah, I mean, if it runs great for you with your £10,000 graphics card, well, no, for best quality, you need for best quality, you max everything out. But that's not the point, is it? for best quality, you just put everything on the highest setting. Oh, right, great, yeah, good, yeah. Yeah, we will try OpenXR in a bit. Yeah, well, Leonard G, are you Sherlock Holmes? Are you like it? Wow, guys, for most richness. For most richness in your bank account, you need as much money in there as possible. Ah, wow. guys, for a faster car, you want to win races. I'm a bit of an engineer when it comes to car mechanics. What you want is the most powerful engine and the most grippy tyres and the fastest car. There you go. To live longer, what you need to do is not get sick. Yeah, if you want to live as long as possible, you need to not die. Oh my God! Jeez. If you're rendering at native resolution, you can't add super sampling because you're rendering at native resolution. Super sampling can only happen if you're rendering above native resolution. That's what super sampling is. Have you played with the rendering frequency under reflections? Yeah, to be fair, we could switch it to static. Yeah, BRT was saying earlier. The reflections can have quite a performance impact in AC. Right, let's save and reset this. Native resolution for the Quest 3 is 42242256. Wow, should be 208 actually. No, there you go. Native resolution is 4128. Oh look, 1.0, 1.0, yeah, so the resolution of the Quest 3 panels is 4128 by 2208. You really don't want to go below native resolution of your panels, because you will get a lot of aliasing. You get super sampling running high resolution. You get, especially at about 1.3, you get really good bump in clarity, because you basically end up with like 1.5 virtual pixels per physical pixel, so it just looks really good. If you do it on a 2D monitor, it looks really good, but it's obviously quite demanding. Let's save and reset that. Your YouTube page now says if you're doing it this wrong, you're doing it. No. We've already done that. This is the other thing. For some reason as well, I know you were just making a joke, but like for some reason, when you're live streaming, the title of this stream, and what is the title of the stream, guys? What's the title of the stream? What did I call it? I think I called it Finding the Best Settings or something. It wasn't a cryptic title. Have a look. The title of the stream is Quest 3 VR, Finding the Best VR Settings for Each Racing Sim. If you were to look at the live stream and you see that's the title, do you not think that maybe the person doing the live stream is trying different settings out? Not, they're actually finding what the best settings are. They're not. What they're not doing is just Googling the latest pleb YouTube video from someone that has half-arsed going through settings. Why? Right. No, there is no problem. The problem is you, Leonard. There is no problem. Look. Oh, dear God. There's no problem. Right, the assumptions that people make is the problem. One, there's no problem. We're trying different stuff out to see the impacts, so I know exactly what does what has what impact, and to what extent, so that I know categorically what does or doesn't work well with the link cable. This is how I do force feedback. This is how I do graphics settings in games. This is how I like understand stuff, right? But apparently, it turns out that a good number of people, what they'll do, this is even YouTubers that will put out bloody YouTube videos professing they have the best force feedback settings or the best graphics settings or the best, VR desktop's the best thing ever. What they seem to do is they just fiddle for like an hour maybe, or just normally with their super high-end system that they got from being a YouTuber, and then they put the video out, and then loads of, because they talk in a slow voice going, "Hi guys, welcome to this guide video with the Oculus Quest 3 link cable. If you want to get the best settings possible, these are some fantastic settings." And they talk like that, and then people go, "Oh, he's got a deep voice and he's talking slowly." Wow, they know what they're doing. And then that becomes a meme on the internet for 90% of people that haven't actually tried things themselves. And then when someone in the future is actually trying, like me, like 2 months later with the Quest 3, people then just spam what they've seen in YouTube videos mostly. They don't even know why. They don't. It's the same with the force feedback. It's exactly the same. They will go, "Ah, mate, you don't want to use that wheel rotation. You don't want to use that field of view. You don't want to use those force feedback settings. That's wrong." It's like, well, it's only wrong to you because you've just watched some YouTube video where someone said either the generic manual settings, or they've never not given any context to it, and they've just put forwards one thing, and then you're just taking that as an argument from authority and then repeating it. This video is sponsored by Squarespace. Oh God, it's so. This is how you end up with religion. Yeah, it's all personal preference. It's not all personal preference. No, this is like religion, right? Someone went, "Oh, yeah, Jesus. Dead Sea Scrolls. Okay. Do not eat crickets on the 4th day of December. Be nice to people unless we don't like them." Oh, okay. Well, you've got a long beard, and you said that in a deep voice while standing on a hill. I trust that. I'm going to repeat that to everyone else, and before you know it, you've got a bloody religion, and everyone's killing each other. Get off your soapbox. Yeah, Leonard G, why are you typing that? Why? Right. What are you typing? Just think. What are you actually typing? You've literally all you've just said is, "Oh, if the faster the computer, the higher settings you can run." And no, you don't need. Yeah, in best like what you've just typed is completely circular. Yeah, obviously, if you want the best quality, you're going to need the fastest possible computer. Why everybody knows that? You've not typed anything there. You've literally just said a faster computer allows you to run with higher settings. Really? Right, do you think? Oh dear. Yeah, there is that annoying thing with graphics cards and certain resolution displays. There's definitely depending on the resolution of a display and the frame rate that you want to get and the graphics card you have, there are specific sweet spots for getting. Let's say you're talking about 2D screens. If you want to get 100 FPS with a monitor that's 4K. Obviously, you can change graphic settings and stuff, and then there might be some graphic settings that let you get that, but generally speaking, you can bracket things into going, right, if I've got a 4K screen, and with most games that are out at the moment, you want to hit at least 100 FPS, well, you're going to need like a 3080 Ti, basically. So yeah, with Quest 3 and higher-end VR stuff, generally speaking, you probably want a 4090 if you want to really whack things up. But as we've discovered, you can actually get this looking really good in a normal race, not on the Toge or whatever, not a Shituku, but in a normal race, native resolution for the headset and pretty good settings on AC, you can have it looking really nice. So, hang on, you compare the Quest 3. How did you compare the Quest 3? Because the reverb doesn't look better than the Quest 3. How did you compare it? What were you using? So, were you using the link cable? Were you doing it wireless? What link cable settings were you using? You can't just say yeah, well, you're using which wireless were you using? Were you using virtual desktop or were you using? But right, people need, if you're doing something technical, people need to use language more precisely. The language falls apart. You can't just say, because what you just said, Joss, is completely not true. In one sense, and it's completely true in another sense. You have to be specific, because nobody knows what you're actually saying otherwise. And this is what's happened. This is what has happened with the link cable. I need to do a video on this. This is precisely what's happened with the link cable and people's view on a link cable versus virtual desktop. So I'm not invested in this either way, and I can totally see how the virtual desktop looks great and probably works fine, but people seem to have bizarrely negative views or like overly critical views of the link cable that I don't think are based on them actually trying it. It's the boss, you're fired. Yeah, that's how it works, isn't it? Andrew Levy. Yeah, and Andrew Levy's got PPI. Yeah, so I've used HP Reverb on like a 4090 system, Vario Aero on a 4090 system, Pimax 5K, Valve Index. I've used most of the headsets on like really high-end systems, so they'll have been set up basically pretty much top-notch settings, right? And the clarity of the Quest 3, the Quest 3 is like the Vario Aero. Well, why do you think Vario have gone, oh shit, and basically discontinued the Aero? Because it's pointless over the Quest 3, price-wise and comfort-wise and image quality-wise. So, like, and the Aero is higher quality than the HP Reverb. Let's just double check that this is charging. Oh, we can check through the software. Hang on. Why does it say connected, but then there's no... Yeah, sometimes... Yeah, no, 64. So it's on 60. So it is charging now, despite me having it on. Yeah, there's a so with the link cable. So this is another example. People go, oh, the link cable, that Innertech link cable doesn't charge whilst you're using it. Well, it does. You just have to plug the power cable into the link cable before you plug it into your PC. And then even then, sometimes you have to unplug and plug the cable into your headset for some reason for it to then charge. So there's like 3 separate variables where someone might not have done that, and then so it's not charged. So then they go on the internet and they go, oh, this cable doesn't charge. It's like, no, it doesn't charge if you don't do it in this order, which is a perfectly valid complaint, but that's different from it doesn't charge. This is the problem with VR. It's too technical for most people to deal with. Like they've not worked or they don't have the basic communication skills to actually converse with something. It's not even that technical. It's not like you're programming a game. No, it is a fair criticism, but you have to be specifically precise about it. Most people don't know how to use language. No, this is running with Oculus, but you can use Steam VR with it. I bought the 512 version because I'm gonna be doing VR games with it. no, Marcia, I'm not getting worked up. It's funny. It's not trolling because there's new people coming in chat that we don't know. No, it isn't. There are some people trolling, which is funny, but there's genuinely people, right? Genuinely people coming into chat that are like, that we've never seen the name before, and the first thing they say is, VR desktop. better quality than the link cable. That has happened at least 20 times on these 2 setup streams we've done. At least 20 times. So it's exactly the same as as I say, it's exactly the same as the wheel rotation thing in iRacing, where people load up the stream, they see that the wheel rotation isn't 1-to-1, and then they assume, this guy doesn't know how to set a wheel up because it's not 1-to-1. What rather than going, maybe the guy's like had 20 years of sim racing, maybe he has like tennis elbow and shoulder issues, and maybe he set the game's wheel rotation to be more sensitive because you don't have to move the wheel as much. Maybe he's fully aware of how that impacts force feedback and steering input. They don't think that, do they? Because that would require them to actually fully understand the thing that they're talking about. But it's done in Kruger where they don't actually fully understand it. They just see the basic thing. The brain goes, wrong field of view, and then they type, oh God, because it's oh dear, it's exactly the same. The ACC VR Definitive Guide. Oh my goodness, who put that out? Yeah, like, it's just weird how people approach conversation and stuff. So, like, I remember when when I was first dicking around with Sims properly, in like 2006 or so, when I would talk about field of view with friends, the discussion was, I said, logically, I think you could run higher field of view. You can see more, and you can still see what's on the screen. So logically speaking, it shouldn't really be like a lower field of view. Shouldn't really make a difference in the sense that if you got used to a high field of view or a low field of view, in both scenarios, logically speaking, both could work, right? Within the framework of driving quickly in a driving sim. Now, obviously, in a literal sense, 1-to-1 field of view will mean that when you use a monitor and you go in a real car, it will line up more intuitively. But I was playing Sims as a game, so that's one separate thing. And also, you can make the argument when you run a lower field of view, the virtual resolution is more zoomed in, so the resolution of the track and the relative speed of the track is different, which then can be an indicator of speed. But you know, there's actually a nuanced conversation you can have on what the pertinent points are, right? And that's an interesting conversation. But it seems like the bulk of conversation and the bulk of comments you see online is someone just goes X bad, X, Y good, and you're just like, well, what? That is. Dude, no one is going to learn anything from that, and it's not interesting. That's the problem. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't get wound up by things that aren't. I find if something's not interesting, it really annoys me. Or if people do stuff that's against pushing in a direction of interesting, I find it like it's like it's the fact that someone is happy with something dumb, or not with someone is happy. The fact that there's people out there, the threshold for where they are perfectly content with information, the fact that they are genuinely totally happy with that, and there's nothing in their brain that makes them go, oh, that, no, I wonder if that, I wonder if this, I wonder if that could be interesting. The fact that there's people out there that are content with such limited explanations or thought of stuff, that is so depressing to me. What am I yapping about? I'm having a this is my counselling. I can't afford real counselling. Lack of curiosity, exactly. This is this channel, Cambres. This is what we do here. We fiddle with settings, we look at menus, and then I complain about the state of society and people's critical thinking. And then I shout at people in chat for telling me to use virtual desktop. Happy, when using the Quest 3 via PC, does the battery need to be plugged in? I'm using a link cable that does charging. I haven't tried OpenXR yet. We will do after this. So what we've done now is we've just upped the resolution on the Quest 3. I'm going to see what performance we get with that. We also tried the AC's mirror because the Oculus mirror, for some reason, under load, the Oculus mirror stutters when your PC is under high load. So it's not good for streaming and video recording. So this is what we like. The other part of this as well is that we're trying stuff out that's pertinent to people recording YouTube videos and live streams. It's 500 grams, the headset. Well, yeah, about 500 grams. I think it's like 508 grams. Rara Goose, it does with the official link cable, but not with the inner cable that I'm using. It's no, it's just slowly charging now. We're also Bobo VR head strap at the moment, which this is why we were complaining about YouTubers. The Bobo VR head strap with the facial interface is not better than the Desktech head strap, really. I mean, it's got a battery, so I guess that's nice. But then, you know, right. I'll be back in a second, guys. I'm just going to put some food in the microwave. No, because I'm not, no coxy, because obviously I know that. So I'm live streaming off a separate computer, and we just have this going through a monitor, and then the other computer's capturing what's on that monitor. Come on. obviously we've included that. No, I had some air fried toast this morning, Twitchy. Don't worry. Back in a second, guys. If anybody wants to just hit me on the forehead with a brick, that would be good.
Okay, let's go.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the Normalist. So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Hello. Yeah, the problem with the index is that it gets warm and the sweet spot's small. And it's quite heavy when you're playing room scale stuff. But for driving sims, I quite liked it. Well, it's okay. This is the other thing. If OpenXR doesn't work with everything, and it means that you can't use the same settings, then that's actually annoying, isn't it? Like if you've got stuff set up with everything else, unless it does still just work, like, you know what I'm saying? The problem with VR is it should work like a monitor. Do you know what I mean? It should be like, it should literally be, plug it in, oh, it's a monitor, there you go. Guten appetite, hello. Bit of stir fry going on here. Getting healthier. Gives you 3 more menus. Oh, it's amazing. This is why we like VR. That's right. This is the thing. We were talking about this earlier. I think Apple have completely shit the bed with their headset. Right, it should be, first of all, they should have done something more like Big Screen Beyond, but Apple design. Forget field of view, forget other stuff, doesn't matter. Big Screen Beyond size. And then it should basically be, they should have software they've specifically designed for simplicity of use with it. And it should be like really elegant, and it should be as much like shades as possible. I don't know what Apple are thinking with their headset. But Apple have basically just released like a bloated DK2 with no actual software. It's like, what are you doing, guys? Fake eyes on the front that have another screen that add weight that's then got glass in front of it. I didn't put any MSG in it. Maybe I should have. Oh, it unlocks 6 months of available tweaking. Woohoo! Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, but I tell you, I want the Apple VR headset to still do well, because I think it'll be good for VR. But I have a real suspicion that people will buy the Apple headset, the weirdo Apple fans, and then they will go, they'll use it for like a month or two, and then they'll go, well, hang on, what's the point in this? Why am I using this instead of a phone? And then that'll be it. That's the thing. Whereas that was my worry, to be honest. That was my big worry with Meta or Facebook buying Oculus. I really thought that it was likely that they would buy Oculus, do 1 or 2 versions, and then go, no, there's not enough market for it. But it turns out that Zuckerberg sees, obviously, mixed reality is obviously the future of computing device. Like, it obviously is. And they're using the Quest and stuff as a platform to move forwards towards that. But if Facebook had done the CV1, which it was pretty much a failure. The CV1 was a failure. Like the having the desk cameras, the device, nicely built device, but like nobody obviously would use it. So apart from sim racers. Yeah, I've got a CV1 as well. Yeah, it needs to be glasses. Then it beats looking at a screen. Just shades. Yeah, well, that's it. Yeah, the head strap. Like, why? Right. You either build a VR headset. This is why I say like the big screen beyond thing. Realistically, your average person is never going to put on a VR headset that messes up their hair. Well, even the Quest headset with just a strip will do that. So either you need to have shades. If you're talking about an absolute mass market, like real mass market VR, it needs to be shades. Or like big screen beyond, I think is basically that the biggest that your average person would probably accept. Or you go, right, this is actually still a niche device for now because we're progressing. So given the size of it, we need some form of head strap. That's just how it is. Until, that's just where the technology is. You can't just pretend that the headset doesn't weigh 600 grams and then put a shitty strap and bolt it to your face. Yeah. The only way... So, AR glasses that are they can be no bigger than big screen beyond. That's the only way it will ever be mass market. Yeah, I think the Apple, as I say, I really don't. The other thing is, can anyone in chat that's watching now, so we've got like 150 people watching, can any of you say one feature that the Apple VR headset has that makes you go, oh, that's interesting? Now, what one feature? Well, what feature? What thing does it do? The only thing I can think of is the 3D video recording. That's it. And they've not really shown that off, so... I haven't X-Paint, no. Yeah, like... So with the... with Quest 3, like the gaming, I don't think it's a mass market thing, but VR games are genuinely unique, novel, really, really immersive. And so generally speaking, a lot of people are playing games for immersion, right? So VR does make games more immersive. So it makes sense. Like if you're a type of gamer that's like, oh, I want more immersion. Well, VR does that, so it makes sense. It's not a mass market use case, but at least that makes sense. That I just don't understand who's the Apple headset for. If Apple had like absolutely amazing immersive VR films for it that were like nothing else, then you'd be like, oh, okay, maybe. Or if the if the cinema viewer in it was like absolutely unparalleled, you'd be like, oh, okay, I can see why someone would buy a VR headset to have a home cinema solution that's small. Like if it doesn't the Apple VR headset have the same issues that all pancake lenses have? So like, I could understand that, but that's for people that like film. But I'm pretty sure it still has the ghosting issue that all the headsets have that have pancake lenses. Oh dear. Right. Where were we at? Where were we at here? We upped the resolution of the quest back to actually 1.0. Right, surely, don't call me Shirley, surely we should be at a point where VR headsets, which I guess you kind of get this in Steam VR, but with the Oculus headset, it should be that you plug it into your computer, you put your game on, and the headset adjusts its resolution settings or other settings to make sure that it always hits 90 or the frame rate that's set. So do you know what I mean? Like a dynamic. Like it just knows straight away. It's like, okay, well, you with the settings that your game, with whatever this game's running at, it's not running at 90 hertz. So the screen just, it could be optional, but as a first time of plugging it in, it should just do everything for you. It should be plug it in, and it's like, oh well, your system's obviously slow, so it's lower quality, or your system works, so it goes to high quality. And it should do that as smooth as possible, so it's seamless. Yeah, the game's on the Quest 3, but even then, the native Quest 3 games are often don't actually fully exploit its quality properly. And even the video, we said this the other day, the videos on the Quest 3, you know, if you go into the media player, the vast majority of the videos there are terrible, and they're not curated by what would actually be a good quality experience. It's crazy. Also, the Oculus Store, it's not obvious what's good or bad, and there's a whole bunch of stuff. So, like, when you first put a Quest 3 on, find you can actually use the setup and whatever, great. But once you've gone past that onboarding process, there should be a top bar on the Oculus Store, very, very clearly, that's like the absolute best VR games that are also universal. So like 11 table tennis, Beat Saber, 11 table tennis, Pavlov's too violent, but like if the person signed up as an 18 year old plus, it can have Pavlov there. Onward is really, really good. I don't know. There's a bunch of VR games. There's probably like 20 or so. I've not tried Asgard's Wrath, but I suppose it's quite good. There's probably like, let's just say 10. You could distill it down to 5, and if you've already got it, it puts a different one in there. That should be on the top bar. That should be the first thing that you see. It should be like, oh, and so you click them, and ideally they all those games have demos on them, and Oculus pays Meta pays the developers to make a demo or where they can, like incentivize them, like a lump sum cash payment. That should be the first thing, like, because when VR's working, it is unbelievable. It's like how it was with like hello You know, like with older console games, there were loads of completely shit games for the SNES and for games consoles, right? There was loads of absolute shit. And the whole point of like Nintendo was that if you bought a Nintendo console and you bought a Nintendo game, you knew it would be a good game. Like there was no game by Nintendo on the SNES. Well, okay, there's maybe two, but like almost all the actual Nintendo games were really good games, right? Like Super Mario and stuff. That's what the consumer needs when a new technology platform comes out. The consumer needs to go. They don't know anything. They need to know that if they buy the official meta game, it will be top notch. Yeah, no reviews. It's too late, and the reviewing's a mess on YouTube, so doesn't work. What are you talking? I'm talking about in the 90s. What you on about, Shumi? I think Oculus kind of tried it when, with the CV1, where they paid developers to make games. But even magazines were bad. That was the whole point. The point was with when you were buying first-party Nintendo games, you knew they were going to be good. As someone could know absolutely nothing about an N64 or a Super Nintendo, they could know nothing at all. And if they were to buy any of the Nintendo games, Mario Kart, Zelda, Star Fox, anything that was like basically a Nintendo game. No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying, Shumi. You've completely ignored what I said. Literally missed the point. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Why are you being such a muppet? You've literally completely missed it. I don't know if you just came into the conversation halfway through. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about that. The point is, Meta themselves just list 5. No, that's not what I said. What is wrong with you? No, that's not what I said at all. Pay attention. You're banned from class. Who in chat understood what I was saying about how official Nintendo games, Mario Kart, Super Mario, Zelda, you wouldn't if you bought an actual Nintendo game, you would know. Like if you bought an official Nintendo game, it's not going to be crap, is it? That's the whole reason why they held value. So that's why Meta with the Quest need top 5 games at the top when you first load it on that are like they just select what are the best games in VR and they make them very clear so that people aren't confused. I wasn't talking about the average quality of SNES games. I specifically said a big problem with SNES is that there was a lot of shit games on it. That was a big issue with it. Yeah, the store's a complete mess. Exactly. It doesn't need to be, does it? You just curate it better. Right, let's try this. Oh, the NES was terrible, yeah. I think that, to be fair, the NES was... Even the Nintendo games on the NES were pretty bad. But I think that was one of the things that Nintendo really improved with the SNES, was that any of the official Nintendo games, which were developed by separate studios, like Nintendo didn't develop them all in-house. A lot of them are other studios that were paid to develop Mario Kart or whatever, you know. Yeah, sim racing is awesome. Martin McCloskey. Yeah, I think the marketing was a bit weird back in the day. This sounds not too bad on the Quest 3. We've got good settings for AC, but we were just we're trying it on a Shituku servers because they're more demanding, and trying some different resolutions and things. We found out the Oculus Mirror was stuttering for some reason. So part of what we're doing is finding settings that are good for live streaming as much as settings that are good for performance. It's just, good for video capture. Yeah, the why does this do that and then it chills out? It's really weird when you first load it in, it goes crazy and then it calms down. Yeah, it's just not the tree thing was just an option in the shader patch. Obviously, obviously, it's just an option. Yeah, I would say the Quest 3, when you're wearing it, it feels like well, stuff that's close to you feels really high resolution, but stuff that's further in the distance has the sort of clarity that would be like equivalent to a 1080p monitor, but in 3D, and you can look around. So it's a weird. Because stuff that's right up next to you on a VR headset is not that, it's better quality than like 2560 is the kind of clarity. I don't know how much the headset render resolution affects performance. This is running. Can we turn the shadows down or the reflections? But this is running great. I mean, the thing is, I think with the link cable, the only downside is that the PC has to render a video effectively, so it's putting extra load on your computer, which you know with VR you really don't want that. But I don't think I think moving forwards it'll probably be the case that the video through USB will be handled by graphics cards in such a way that it's borderline as efficient as it coming out the back of the graphics card. Yeah, Leonard, do you know typing that though is obviously redundant? Oh! Don't read and drive! Ah! What's the difference between running it with or without a cable? So, if you're running it without, latency and video quality. So in both scenarios, in both scenarios, the graphics card is rendering the game in your computer, and rather than sending that image to your monitor, it's sending it to either your network as a video signal over the network, or it's sending it as a video signal over USB. So the difference is, if you've got, let's say you got Wi-Fi 6, like a new router, that can do basically the same. It's technically the same bandwidth as USB 3.0, but in reality, it's about half, realistically speaking. But due to modern video compression algorithms, that's not necessarily a problem. I'm using the link cable at the moment. That's what we're going through. But this is great. Ah, I was reading! Don't read and... Oh, God! That's hard. Oh, my goodness. Generally, yeah, the link cable should be better. Bloody hell. That was extreme. Should probably zoom it in more because you can see there's too much smoothing. So that's why you can see those black bars. So let's change that setting. That's working nice though. Maybe we can up the resolution even more. Yeah. So I have a link in the description for the Intertech cable, which is what I'm using at the moment, that it charges whilst you're using it. Oh, we did. No, what we did do is we changed the frame rate down to 70 instead of 90, didn't we? 80. We're running at 80, so it definitely. Yeah, it definitely can hit 80 a lot easier than 90. Well, you could argue that anything less than 120 can cause nausea with some people, but generally speaking, if the frame rate's totally smooth and the tracking's fast, that's more important than the game frame rate. So you have the display latency and the frame rate of the display, but then as long as the head tracking and accommodation for head tracking is immediate or sub 2 milliseconds, then that's normally the thing that causes people motion sickness. Well, let's just put this on max and see how much impact that has on frame rate. Yeah, have it for driving sims. Yeah, so that was hitting 80 pretty much perfectly. For driving sims, the X3D chip is a really big, just for consistency. So for VR racing sims, high frame rate, the AMD 3D chips are a big thing. Yeah, we'll look at OpenXR after I've done this. I'm pretty happy with this, how we've got this going though. So we one thing at a time. Again, for those of you that have just joined us, what I do is we go through every single setting and see what affects what, to what extent, and then we can move to the next thing. This is how we know what works and what doesn't work. As opposed to what seemingly seems to happen, there seems to be a lot of YouTubers out there that apparently, I don't know where they're getting their settings from, but they seem to just be pulling stuff out their arse. You can hit 90 FPS. Yeah, so the reason we're running Shituku is it's a kind of a worst case scenario in Assetto Corsa, in that there's a lot of cars, there's stuff loading in, there's stuff loading out. We were running 90 at high resolution, perfectly fine. Yeah, there's in the Oculus debug tool you can also see the performance summary is pretty good. Annoyingly, every time I close the headset, we have to reselect Windows and save it for me to see the chat in the headset. But yeah, so the CSP render stats are really useful, but I've got my AC settings set up nicely anyway. So what we're testing at the moment are Oculus settings as opposed to AC settings. But yeah, the CSP render stat thing's really good for seeing what does what. Or if it's particularly good when you get like a red light next to a specific thing, so you're like, oh, I know that the smoke is causing a slowdown or something. That's probably worth doing a separate video on. Helps you find out if there's a specific issue quite easily. Right, we all need to meditate now, guys. Everybody, are you ready? Like, why does this do this at the start? It's like it dials it in, and then it's done. Oh, why did my game not load in VR? It's on my screen, but it's not on the VR headset. The tracking's working, so what's that about? Hello, Oculus. I've fallen asleep. Well, that didn't work. Let's reload. At the moment, we're doing AC. Get the rice cooker out, yeah. Right. I don't know why this. I might reconnect the link cable because for some reason it didn't. It's active, connected and active. What's going on there? Can't find the old guys. Oh, there it is. Good evening. That split the wording on the screen in two, so on my screen it says go. Hello, Burbs, thank you. Absolute EP sub. It says go odd evening. Go odd evening. Right. Does anybody want to suggest virtual desktop anymore? Because we've not had any. It's been a while. It's been a while since someone's come in the chat and gone, virtual desktop's better than the link cable. It's the religion of virtual desktop. There should be, Jason Murphy. Maybe that cooking game. This doesn't seem to be loading into AC now. What's going on? Why would it suddenly not work? We have to restart it for some reason. For some reason it's messed up. Yeah, good turn. Maybe because there's a window still open. Let's just restart Oculus here. No, I've not tried the Pimax Crystal. Just the 5K plus. I personally wouldn't get I wouldn't get Pimax. The software's a bit weird. I think with the Pimax headsets, people latch onto the resolution and the field of view. There's sensors in the middle of room tracking and stuff, and augmented reality. Oh, there we go. Yeah, if there's a window stuck open, it messes up. Right, so this is 80. We'll just take we max the resolution. So it seems to be handling that. Hang on. It's handling this all right. Why? I mean, it looks amazing. Why is it handling that high resolution? There's some weird behaviours going on. Oh, now it's dropping. Okay. It's finding it a bit harder, but relative to the additional resolution, okay, so it is struggling a bit, but not in a. it doesn't make sense where the performance is and isn't. It depends on the game, PQ. Right, okay, yeah, so this is... It is dipping occasionally. To be fair, this map is pretty much as bad as it gets in AC. I mean, the clarity that you get from Quest 3 is bonkers. Like, you can't visually tell that this is a video signal as well. Like, there's no compression artifacts. Maybe if you're playing rally games. Yeah, we could try it with OpenXR as well. Maybe AC scales just quite well with resolution. Let's put wheel detail up as well. Yeah, well, the wheel detail setting doesn't seem to be doing... I guess this mod track probably doesn't have different detail levels. So yeah, if you had a slower computer, you could turn the resolution down and it won't look anywhere near as sharp. But how much does post-processing quality affect performance in AC? It doesn't seem to do anything. Turning the reflections up. Does this actually work? Whoa! Oh no! Oh, of course, of course. Bonk. I'm gonna drive behind a car so I can see how. Okay, now we're getting. Okay. Does this not update in real time? Ow. It's gone shopping. It doesn't seem to be making any difference. Okay, well, let's try turning the resolution down a bit. But it definitely, 80 is a lot easier to hit than 90. But it does look, the sharpness you get is really nice. Let's put it on that. I don't know if 90 is more comfortable though as well. It's a compromise between frame rate and sharpness. I think with VR, I'd rather have less in-game details, worse lighting, but obviously high frame rate, but also high sharpness. I'd rather have sharpness over details. AI does require quite a lot of resources with AC, yeah. I have tried the HP Reverb G2, yeah. Every time I turn this off, I have to enable the... Why is it not displaying it? Why is it so random? I know, it is displaying, you guys can't see it. So you definitely, because it's basically, when you run it at max, it's the same as like Super Sample AA. So you still have really good quality below that high resolution, but you lose out on the Super Sample AA. And the sharpness definitely does drop quite a bit. Even on a slightly lower setting. Whoa! There she goes! Oh my god! Ah! My head's fallen off! Decapitation simulator. Oh god! That's not comfortable. Bloody hell. It's a bit extreme. Bloody hell. It's a bit extreme. Right. Let's just try a non-mental server. That's hardcore. Right, let's train the opponents on spar on my own hosted session and see how this runs. It's not the. Hang on, the natural mod PP filter. Well, so the different PP filters shouldn't affect performance particularly, because they're all using the same. The shadows are on like lowest setting. I think, yeah, so this is running rock solid 80 in a normal race scenario. Let's put that Oculus window on the screen. I need a biscuit. Well, which PP filter am I on at the moment? Let's have a look. You guys can see the game performance here. Which PP filter are we on? How do you pick the PP? I can't remember what the logo is. Oh, this icon's animated. That was cool. Is it pure? No, it's not in that one. Where is it? The bloody... What's it called, guys? Oh, I thought it was called post... What do you mean you can't do it? Why can't you do it in VR? It just not... Does it not display the app? Why would it not work in VR? That's random. Okay. Also, why is this it's smoothing it out so much? Don't need to be that smooth, mateys. We changed the settings. Talking like Smeagol now. We changed the settings. We turned them off. We did.
Okay, let's go.
Right. Where is it in the Assetto Corsa? No, where is the setting? Can someone tell me in chat where the setting is? Because I don't know. This one. So what were you saying? Pure? Yeah, but I'm using pure, so if we use natural, it's not going to use pure anymore, is it? So what we oh, pure VR. Okay. We do that. I mean, the other settings I had were fine. To be honest, it looked fine. Oh, thank you. Even the AI's killing me. Oh, God. 1080 no scope. I don't know if is 80 a lot worse than 90 perception wise. I mean, 80 feels reasonably smooth, to be honest. Like, I think the frame timing is good in VR. For me to get absolute presence, I need it to be at like 140, because then it, to me, that feels really different. But restart the race. I mean, this looks really good. Oh my god, my wheel's trying to break my wrist. It's brace for impact. Fine. I mean, if you've got 20 AI cars in AC, this built is render stats is part of Content Manager, part of Shader Patch. Lets you see what's using up. It's just called render stats in the sidebar. What graphics card have you got? Yeah. So it would seem to me that if you're doing, from our testing, if you're doing Shituku, oh, good AI, great job, nailed it, Kunos. What an overtake. If you're doing those mod things, then you'll want to turn the resolution down of the VR headset. That seemed to really help, and the frame rate. But if you're doing normal racing, so I think AC struggles with those mod servers, basically. Because normal racing, we're pumping up the headset. We're running what resolution we're running at? Like 1.3. And this is, I mean, occasionally we're dropping one frame. But we have that what you really want is like 20% overhead all the time. This sort of is averaging 10 over. Well, that's sort of on the cusp, isn't it? It's largely on the line. But this is with AI, which is even more demanding than your average public server. Right, look, guys, if you want to donate to me, so I can get a faster graphics card, I'm happy with this though. I was joking, by the way. We're good with it. 3080 is really good. Also, I think from a streamer perspective, having a graphics card that isn't a £3,000 graphics card is more realistic to what other people have. Let's see what 90's like compared to 80. AI in AC is more demanding than online, yeah. Whoa, reality's breaking. Look at that. Was that smooth enough to watch though? Was that comfortable to watch that view? Probably have a bit more smoothing on it. Maybe it's better to have more smoothing on it. Oops. So for content manager, we'll add in shader patch. This setting here, 80 crop is good, I think. Speed. This can be on 80. No, Leonard, stop typing that. Do you realise that is the stupidest thing to say? Do you realise what you're typing? It's like, yes, everybody knows if you have the fastest. You don't know what my goal, what I want. I'm just trying to find the best settings with this graphics card, which is going to be some like specific thing. So, like, you must realise that typing what you're typing is just someone typing, the fastest. If you buy the most expensive, fastest computer. No, do you realise what you're typing? Can you not see a problem with what you're typing? It's not that simple as well. Like, what do you even mean? It's not 480 isn't enough to run VR in 1080p quality. I don't know what you even mean by that. It's like, I don't know what you do this with a lot of your comments. You latch onto some like specific thing, and then you frame the rest of your comments around that specific thing, when that initial specific thing isn't the framework that other people are approaching the subject from. So, yeah, obviously, if you want as high a quality VR as possible from the Quest 3, you're gonna need a 4090. That's just, you know, especially if you want 90 hertz as high a possible quality that you could get out of these screens, you're going to need a 4090 or maybe even more. Great. Now, nobody has a 4090. Well, not many people have 4090s, and even at lower resolutions, this still looks fantastic. And we, at the moment, whilst we're driving, we're still getting an image that's better than the Vario Aero whilst driving in AC from the headset on pretty high settings in game, which for most people they would be like, oh, that's amazing. So like, yeah, it's like me going well, you know, if you want to play Battlefield 4 with super sampling on a 4K screen at 300 FPS, well, you need a 4090 for that. And it's like, well, okay, great, but not many people are even playing at 4K. So does the link cable use AV1? Also, right, AV1, the benefits of AV1 are most pertinent in limited bandwidth situations. AV1 is not pertinent when you're going over like 600 megabits per second for the resolution of this screen, which is what was it? 48640 by 250 at like 900 megabits per second at 80 hertz. AV1 is going to be irrelevant compared to H.264 or whatever. It doesn't matter. Like over Wi-Fi, it will have a difference potentially. But yeah, so these are the things. Because the latency is already not the issue with this headset anyway. Wait, what people just seem to throw out numbers. I'm not having to go at you, Hugo, but just in general, for some reason, when there's like 5 separate variables with a bunch of different conditions for each variable, people cannot hold that in their head. Like it's, and then they default to new thing, bigger, better, and then they apply that to everything. It's like a cognitive inability that people have to conceptualize information, or like to hold multiple points of relevance together as a cohesive thing, and work out what is relevant to what in what hierarchy. It seems to be something that people really struggle with. Oh no!
Fine, I'll donate. This will get you a fraction of the percent on the way to the overpriced purified sand heating your house.
Thank you, filing account. Bloody hell. Yeah, I know. I've already done AMS2. We're doing AC. I'm gonna go from non-alcoholic beer to alcoholic beer. Oh my god. It's like going back in time to when when Quake came out and people are like, shit, you need the Voodoo 2. Mate, you need to get the SLI cable for the Voodoo 2. Mate, I'm using 56k modem. I'm using the new. What was the upgrade to the 56k? There was that plus. What was it called, guys? Do you remember you had like 28-bit, 46, then 56k, and there was 56k plus or something. I can't remember. It was like an additional thing on top of 56k. 6 p.m. somewhere. These are, by the way, quite nice. Freedom non-alcoholic beer. It doesn't taste like beer, but it's quite a nice drink. Oh, thank you, Smash. I think it's V90. Okay, but less latency is always better. So you can reduce bitrate with the same quality using AV1. So you'll get less encoding latency. Yeah, no, I don't disagree. That's fine. Why? No, I'm not. This is the other thing. I'm not necessarily saying that one thing is better or worse. So like with virtual desktop, I'm not saying it's terrible. The point is that the reasons behind stuff. But also with the AV1 thing, if it's like, okay, you're gonna buy a £1,000+ graphics card over a 3080 just to get 5 milliseconds additional performance. It's debatable because maybe it isn't there. Maybe you can't even do AV1 through the link cable anyway. And then that latency, in fact, the latency that you save using the link cable compared to doing it over Wi-Fi And the latency that you get over Wi-Fi is going to be way more than 5 milliseconds. Do you see what I mean? Like, within the entire context of stuff, it's kind of irrelevant. Beer Lao. I've used foveated rendering, static foveated rendering on some VR devices. Yeah, not with this yet. Oh no, we tested it with AC, but it's crap. My audio's low. What do you mean, what do you mean? My audio's low. No, it's not. Do you reckon 5 milliseconds from what? Well, that's the spec is supposedly Hugo, yeah, but my brain's getting low. Look here, filing account. You behave yourself. Ah, my headset's falling on my face. Right. If I was designing a head strap, the Gamer Muscle VR head strap, it would be like a bit like this Bobo VR thing, but it has a top bit as well, and then there would be a hinge type device that allows you to just lift the front of the headset up like this. But it's like a really nice firm lock-in mechanism, so you can lift it up, and then you can keep your headset up, and then you can lift it down. Or you know what? Even this, even like something that let you just rest it on your head nicely. What? I mean, when you're actually playing in VR, that doesn't really matter too much. If pass-through is really good, it doesn't matter too much. But still, well, I was going to put 90 on it. For some reason, the cable's not charging again now. this link cable. No wonder people are confused about it charging, because sometimes it charges, sometimes it doesn't. I have the headset on permanently, so it doesn't like it's not like I'm changing the load on the headset. Right, let's reset. I think it's when you reset settings and then plug the headset in. Let's change this to 90. See how well this runs. So you need to unplug. It can be used wireless, yeah. So we unplug this. Unless the power cable is no longer. I know it is in there. Look here, finally. Yeah, but then the hair ruins the lenses. So how dare you suggest that? My head's fresh. I shaved my head yesterday. It looks well good. Wow. If you like pigs, I'm happy with it. I did. It was like shaving your head's like one of those games where you got a window, clean all the dirt off stuff. You're like trying to not miss a patch. People would love that. That's a game. That's a new game. Head shave VR. How long does the battery last on average? Your mum. Your mum. Oh no! I just turned that into a mum joke. That's the maturity levels here. Oh, here we go. Devices, right? Let's try this. See if this works. Right, connected. Enable. Hello and enable. Okay. No, I think the desk. If you're using the facial interface, the desk tech is about the same comfort as the Bobo VR, to be honest. It might depend on the shape of your head though and what you like. Like this, I mean, they're both fine, generally speaking. Let's try. This again. at 90. Yeah, I do a video comparing them both. I think neither are perfect, to be honest. The advantage of the Bobo Clown VR is if you, with the new one especially that's on the website, the battery thing. Yeah, I mean 90 definitely feels better than 70. That's weird that 10 FPS would makes a perceptible there's definitely a quality to 90 even over 80, where I think you'd rather, personally I'd rather have 90. I don't know if we're gaining performance from put the shadows on one frame. I don't even know what one face per frame means. I've got the world. It doesn't seem to matter what the world detail settings. Does the world detail setting update in real time? Don't think. Oh, it doesn't, does it? Not on this. Yeah, so you can change the world detail setting whilst you're driving, but it's not going to update it. I mean, this looks absolutely fantastic, though, to be honest. I need to try this with a mod car. I can't see chat at the moment, by the way, guys. Oh, you idiot! Let's try a mod car, because maybe this car's not. I find it more immersive than the Valve Index in many ways. Yeah, it's just the edge. For me, it's the. I'm not ignoring chat. I couldn't see it. It's the edge-to-edge clarity of the pancake lenses. To me, is a huge thing. You don't need a Facebook account, but you need a Meta account. Jordan Hancock, hello. We're good, yeah. Going through. I need to not spill drink on my amp, or my VR headset, or my force field. This is the worst place to have a drink. We've got a £600 steering wheel. We've got a £1.5 grand force feedback joystick. We've got a £500 amplifier, £200 OTAS. I can't spill my drink. We've got the VR headset. Don't spill any. I'm just casually drinking, and I'm like, oh shit. Actually, if I knock this over, I'm in trouble. Oh dear. Right, so mod car. Oh, we can spill it on my balls. Don't mind about that. Fizzy balls. Right, we're gonna change the car. Let's put an RSS car on, because they're a pretty good benchmark. I never use Facebook. Yeah, we could try OpenXR, but to be honest, this is working quite well as it is. Not recently. I used to play Dirt Rally in VR. RSR. What's a popular RSR car? The F3. Yeah, the RSS 3V6 is quite a popular car. Not sure what performance-wise it's like. I know. Let's try the what's the new one? The Adonis, or is it the Mercer? Let's try. Let's do a grid with the Mercer. No, Svenkling Kilvik. No, you do notice. Right, where did you get that information from? Where did you get that from? Tell me. Because I saw... Thank you, Tom J. I saw someone post that it was raining. That's great. What's the performance in the rain? Oh, this is running nice. This is with the mod car as well. Yes, guys, right. I'm telling you, half the comments that people write are not based on them actually trying stuff. Oh, this is running perfect. Right, let's drop it a little bit. That was with rain at the start, and now it's stopped raining, so I'm not sure what's going on here. Oh, it's still raining. Okay, we are... For some reason... So when you're at 90, and it drops to... The game frame rate is dropping. This is with the weather changing. Yeah, when you're running at 90, when it does drop frames, it's not as harsh as when you're at 70. So this has gone into 45 frame rate mode. Why it's raining, I don't know. Imagine if cars in ACC drove like this. Okay, so that was the from the number of cars. We're slowing it down. So these are the higher detailed car models. Is there a way to turn the model LOD down? You didn't Kunos say they liked how their cars feel on ACC? I don't know, but I mean, the ACC is technically bollocks, so. We'll see. We'll see what AC2's like. You know, I think they're obviously the developer's not going to say, yeah, our new game is worse than the previous game, are they? Why would they? Yes, our new product. I mean, it's not entirely worse. There's a lot of good stuff to ACC in terms of details and stuff, but it's just the force feedback's not as detailed. The handling's bland. What's this? Noah 1? Well, no PQZ, because I would just say, I'd be like, no, this is not very good. I'm too miserable. Yeah, ACC's dead in the hands. It's not weight transfer necessarily. You can feel suspension compression in ACC. The problem is the tyre model's binary at the limit. So you go over the limit, the cars get into a baked slide that you can't do anything with. So you can watch hot laps. You watch a guy that's poning it, really good, talented driver. As long as you drive, it's like iRacing in many ways. As long as you drive under the limit, you're fine. As soon as you go a fraction over the limit, the tyres basically, you won't spin. You can counter steer to stop the rotation, so you won't crash. But the car basically goes into this like mode of physics off trajectory round the corner. And for someone that likes to balance specifically the cars at the limit with control, so you've got the 5 or 6 degrees of slip, but you're balancing that with the steering wheel, the brake and the accelerator, and you're controlling that slip and you're holding that small amount of slip in a useful way. For people that enjoy doing that, ACC is dead. Like it's utterly soulless to drive. It's exactly the same as iRacing. If you in iRacing, you have to go into the corner, into the power slide. The point at where you've entered the corner, the speed at how you've entered the corner is all that matters. So trail braking perfectly and not going in too fast, and then lining up that entry speed so that the trajectory through the angle that you're going through the corner is the correct end result. It's like it's all preemptive. It's all about what you do beforehand. The difference in ACC is that you can do a little bit of like nudging as you go through to sort of nudge it within the limit. So you'd be like going like this, quick, like using the force feedback, but you're not smoothly balancing in a small amount of slip and holding that small amount of slip. AMS2 is you have a huge range of controllable slip, like monster slip, and the car, in terms of what's quick, will always be like with absolutely no balancing skill really required. You'll be like just sliding around the corners on the throttle, sliding around like mental, which is, so it's in the other direction of mental amount of controllable slip. AC1 is like very close to what real slick tyres are like. It's not perfect, it's still a bit sluggish, but AC1 is just in that window of what tyres are like. Cars in R Factor 2 as well, there's quite a few of them that are like that, but AC1 has better force feedback for R Factor 2 for where that limit is. That's the specific thing. That's the crux of it, right? So drivers that like to drive fundamentally preemptively or have memorized what you can and can't do, they love ACC, they love iRacing, because it's like a defined wall of what you can and can't do, which means that if you're going through it like Guitar Hero, you're like, well, I'm not going to be able to improve that. The only improvement comes from line into the corner, and that's it really. Like you race your entry. When in both, well, more so in iRacing, the improvement also comes from your trail braking technique. But it doesn't come from balance. So the crux of Assetto Corsa is the key to driving fast, or the process of driving in AC comes back to smoothly balancing and drifting in a relatively small window. that's quite responsive, a lot more responsive than the MS2. AC though, it's quite simplistic. You know, there's not that huge variation in different track temperature affecting things and all this other stuff. But yeah, it doesn't matter if it uses empirical or not. It doesn't matter. It's just AC is just the at the moment. That's why it feels the best to drive. So, you know, it is weird to me that people don't get that with they don't seem to be able to understand that fundamental difference in driving with ACC and iRacing. How is the field of view? It's wider field of view than the Quest 2. Yeah, I mean, like, it doesn't really matter how a physics engine is derived if it's... What's the opposite of empirical? What would even be the opposite? Doesn't matter. If the end result's realistic, who cares? Yeah, it's like the last garage uses Pajenka. The last garage drives very similar. It feels very similar to Automobilista 1. And the slides in the last garage, it didn't seem to have the same degree of balance at the limit that AC has. But still very good. Like it felt really nice. Didn't have as good force feedback as AC, but relative to most other driving sims, the last garage is really good. Just not as good as AC, but so empirical versus physical. Okay, so empirical is developer is putting a defined number or defined variable, a specific variable for the physics engine. So contact patch, stuff's happening with the contact with that point, that number that's been generated by the contact patch, and that produces a defined result based off whatever structure. Whereas a physical physics engine, the entire tyre is shitloads of variables with loads of shit happening that then produces an end result. So the problem is a physical model effectively ends up being a black box of this output you end up with a massively complex tyre model, like loads of shit happening to then get to a simple output, but you don't know where in that massive shit that's going on you don't know what's broken or what works or what doesn't work or where they've got, you know. In theory, if you've physically programmed a amazing tyre that's actually realistic, which no one has, then in theory the physical tyre would actually automatically produce the correct perfect tyres. Funnily enough, we don't have all the understanding and knowledge of tyres and every single component of how they work and how it affects stuff and all the most pertinent variables and everything to know. So, to be honest, you could also have a physical model that was like more or less limited or more or less complex. So again, the words are meaningless, aren't they? It doesn't matter if it was empirical or physical. All that matters is, does the model produce a realistic result? If it does, what do you mean by AC1's too forgiving on slides? What do you mean by that? Real cars are forgiving on slides. I mean, if AC1's too forgiving on slides, Automobilista 2 is like on another level of forgiving on slides. I would agree when you lock up the degree to control when you absolutely make a massive mistake. No, slicks are can be really forgiving in real life. But I don't know what you mean by that forgiving. On a dry track with fresh slick tyres on a well set up car is really forgiving. It's going to depend from car. Some cars will be less forgiving than others, and in real life people aren't driving on perfect tracks, are they? With perfect car setup. So what do you mean you saw enough? Yeah, because the track's got that's from the track having oil on it, or like weird bumps, or like the car not being perfect, or the tyres being in a different state. But AC simulating pristine track. So's like most sims, or most of the time when people are driving on it, it's simulating the track in like perfect conditions, which is pretty rare in reality. Depends on the car though, obviously, as well. Have you tested blink twice? No. Right. What was I going to do? We got... That was with 20 cars. We were getting... Let's try a different car. Let's try the Radical. He blinked twice. Look. Let me put it this way. Name a new game that's come out in the last 5 years that's released, that's actually polished and actually even not buggy and works decent. Now, what are the chances? What are the chances that Le Mans Ultimate will not be a bit of a shit show when it comes out? What are the chances that AC2 will not be a bit of a shit show when it comes out, unless they significantly delay it? You know, like from a publisher, also think from a publisher's perspective, what motivation do they have releasing a more polished game when they can sell the game to like the early adopters that will put up with it and then polish it afterwards? You know? So chances are I would not be optimistic about the launch of AC2. Even if it's great, even if the physics and force feedback and other parts of it are interesting and it does loads of stuff, the chances are it's going to take like it's normally like 2 years for Sims to sort of mature a bit. AC1 was an exception to that. GTR Evolution was an exception to that. Project Cars 2 was in between, but had shitloads of bugs that never ever got fixed. AMS2 took four years to get to where it is now, which is an okay. But Project AMS2 is just fixed Project Cars 2. It's just polished Project Cars 2. You know. Let's just try this. So, how do you you know, with pure, if you don't want to do, where do you change it in the game? Is there the timer thing? How do you adjust that? Oh, we can just do it in the game. We'll load it. Yeah, I would personally, I would just like something similar to AC1. We'd maybe take some of the stuff from AC2 that's good, like the dynamic track, some of the features, you know, just more polish. Yeah, the pure planner. Let's do that. Let's see if this car runs better. Might do. Yes, this is going 80. Thanks for subscribing. I mean, this is awesome. Oh, this sign's dripping. I didn't even know it said patched it. That's new to me. Yeah, so the frame rate stuff we were having was due to don't think there's a AC doesn't have a AC doesn't have a LOD option for cars, does it?